Traders, good morning and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to a beautiful Friday, end of the week. And if you've been with us this week, well, a little bit of a roller coaster. I'm back in the saddle, though. That's a good thing. And I am ready to rock and roll today. Should be a great trading day. Looking forward to doing that. Looking forward to making a great green day today. Put some cash in the bank, and then we'll get on with our program here as we do each and every day in the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to everybody here in the room. Welcome to everybody on social media, on our YouTube channel this morning. Great to have everybody here. Thank you for joining us, and let's take a look at these markets. We'll say good morning to everybody individually here in just a moment. But right now, we've got a great trading day. Good volatility in the marketplace. Bounce back from yesterday. How about that sell-off yesterday? Are you kidding me? Well, we up 500 and then end the day negative, right? So crazy. All right, let's talk about the stocks here this morning. Talk with or the futures. Start off with Asia in the overnight session when we saw the Nikkei decline 1,198 points, down 2.40%. Hong Kong Hang Seng down 216, 2.38%. The Shanghai and China down 96, 2.45%, keying in off of what we did yesterday. Europe still in session, kind of a mixed bag here. German DAX down 65. FTSE in the UK down 2, and the CAC 40 in Paris up 3.80 points, 0.04%. One market up, 5 markets down, putting pressure to the downside, but we're bucking that trend this morning. A little bit of a relief rally here. Dow futures up now 227, NASDAQ futures up 116 and a quarter, and the S&P E-mini up 32 and a half this morning as we get into the day today. Talking about the New York Fed President Williams says room for further adjustment to rates, which would indicate that December we get a rate cut telegraphed by him. I don't know if that's what's going to happen, but it seems like that. Okay, Amazon in the news also cutting thousands of engineers in its record layoffs, despite saying it needs to innovate faster, which kind of contradicts itself. Robinhood shares head for brutal weekly loss as Bitcoin and AI stocks get hit hard, and that's Hood, H-O-O-D. I'm going to put it up this morning here and see if there's any type of trade here this morning, or if it's just conversation at this point stemming from a bad week, and that possibly could be. Okay, there we go with Hood, just marginally up this morning. That's about it this morning. So stocks are going to have to stay on their own. Oil this morning, in case you're looking at that here today, oil is down almost a buck, now down to $58, 58.07 per barrel. Nat gas up a little bit here. Crypto, if you're in Bitcoin, now down under 8,500 or 85,000, down 2,861.71, 3.27% lower this morning. And then also when you take a look at the at gold this morning, well, you're having a flight to gold a little bit, still under 4,100, 4,075.50, down 15.50 here this morning. So, okay, I have posted my watch list. Let's say good morning to everybody here. Clifton, good morning. Steve, good morning. Andy, thanks for posting. Mark, good morning. Darren, good morning to you. Brian, good morning. Divide, good morning. Dan, good morning to you, and good morning to everybody here joining us today from across the globe. Okay, let's talk some stocks here. I'm going to post the first post out. Will be this VEEV trade, VEEV, and that'll be a short under 245. Actually, we can go 246, but we're going to have to be cautious with the open here. Let me show you this on the daily here and show you what 245 means. We're down into here, right? We've already taken out this candle right here, which is the 247, so we're down 245. So I would say another $10 or $5, I mean, down to 240. You're going to get some support at 240. Could possibly buy it off the bounce at 240. A lot of stuff you could do with VEEV today, so we'll watch this stock here. NVDA, you know, both ways on the stock. I prefer somebody buying it into the weekend today, so we'll watch this and we'll analyze it here as it gets going here this morning. NVDA, I would just be very cautious here this morning. On the long side right here at 182. If it does break out, the add points are pretty simple. 184 would be the next one, and then 186. So keep an eye on this one here. And then Ross Stores, ROST. There we go, ROST. That's going to be a long this morning. over 166. Add at 167 on the breakout here. This stock could be really nice. And then last but not least, the AMD trade. Again, these can go both ways. So be very cautious today because we could have what I would say another sell-off in the tech sector here this morning. But this would be a long over 208. Now, another possible short this morning is going to be ESTC. Let me pull this over here and fill up the screen. So ESTC, real low volume stock. That's why I don't have it on the main screen. But if you go to the daily and you take a look at what 72 means to the stock, we are down here. We break 70, and you better watch out because we could probably go down to what 60, 50 bucks on ESTC. So I like the stock in a bit longer term play. We'll watch this. Anything that the stock gets boosted on could short it. ESTC. We'll post it here just as something to watch this morning. ESTC short this morning under 72. That would be an ad under 70 as well. Dan, good morning to you. Great to see you here this morning. We get started in about 3 minutes here. It is Friday, so everybody, let's have a great weekend this weekend. We'll come back. Then we've got a shortened week next week because of Thanksgiving here in the States. And then we'll be back on and take you all the way through Christmas. So looking good, looking real good this morning. Hopefully, there we go. Hopefully we can get a good trade in here this morning because the market's going to be, I think, a little tentative. I think just like you and I are feeling, it's going to be tentative to go long. And then how much more short are we going to go? So let's be cautious here. DVG is here this morning as well. He'll be trading with me. DVG, are you in this morning?
I'm here. Good morning, Scott. Can you hear me okay?
About that sell-off yesterday.
You know, I was in position, unfortunately, not big enough. If you guys remember, I was talking about maybe we get a little bit of a rug pull, maybe we get a pullback. I think it'd be healthy. Test certain levels. You know, we were talking about 607. And man, we tore through some of these levels like they weren't even there. Once we broke 669 on the SPY, it just tanked. So luckily I had some positions. My put options on the SPY paid off. You guys remember I started off my day red, and we ended up closing out pretty much on that bounce up to like 594 or so. So I missed that final leg into the close, but we closed out the rest of those contracts. That said, I am keeping a very close eye this morning, guys. It's as much as we want to get bullish and buy the dip here, be super careful. I do think we'll probably see a bounce. Cue the disclaimer, it's not financial advice, but we'll probably see some puts that we'll be covering today in those big names. So keeping an eye on names like AMD, Oracle, AVGO, kind of, across the board. CRWV is one I'll be watching as well. And then Circle. So Circle IPO'd at 64 bucks. It's at 67. I'm going to do a little bit of maybe a, nibble, hold, add, and if it rolls below 64 bucks and breaks its IPO price, I'll dump it. So I'm giving a little bit of leeway. I'm not going to go super heavy unless we break out over, that $68 mark. And then I'm keeping an eye on Oracle. There's some news when people are talking about this circular funding. It's usually through these credit default swaps. So right now they just raised, what is it, like I think $18 billion for Oracle. Not always great when you're seeing an increase in credit default swaps, aka people are thinking that they won't be able to shelter that level of funding or lending. So kind of some interesting stuff going on. Japan's carry trade, a little bit of fear around there, given the fact their bond market yields are kind of in a bad place where they're going to likely have to increase rates. So we saw a little bit of that, I think, yesterday. That said, trade safe today, guys. Again, I know we want to do some hero trades, but be very cautious. We are in a very, very bearish sentiment as of yesterday. So cautiously trade. Back to you, Scott.
Yep. Thank you, DVG. Okay, there we go. I just had to fill something in. 5 seconds to go, traders. Let's have a great trading day today. Just be cautious at this open. Really don't know. I mean, you could literally sell off this morning and continue down. The other part of me, DVG, is like, hey, do you really want to carry something like this into the weekend? I don't know.
Yeah.
So if you have something that you're looking at, if there's a stock out there that is intriguing to you, let me know. Because right now I don't see a ton.
Oracle down to 205. CRWE getting a little bit of lift here. I like it.
I'm going to watch Ross Stores, ROST. Should have just got that pullback right out of the chute here. Let's see if it pulls back to that 163. Not much of an open from what I'm looking at.
Mm-mm.
No, ROST, come on. I tell myself to wait the first candle out, but then I look back and there's so much opportunity.
Watching Oracle here at 205. I want to see how it behaves. Pre-market lows. Feeling okay about Circle right now. It's fine. Palantir. I don't know. I kind of like Oracle down here. I don't touch it. Not right now.
Remember, post everything you've got this morning, any trades that you're thinking of, anything that you're watching that we might be missing. Uneventful open.
I'm going to go for Palantir here. Market order. See what happens.
PLTR.
157. Oh, wow. That's a terrible fill. 157.48. Oh.
I'll tell you what, 158 add would be nice too.
Yeah, I also like AMD 207. Maybe we get a little harder pullback here. Circle, I'm going to add. That's good there.
Vincent likes PLTR as well.
Yeah, only concern is if it needs to move quick over the highs, and I don't know if it's going to get it today, but catching a couple of these flyers. NVIDIA pulling back now, broke 180. Palantir, come on. Oracle at 205. I kind of like it here, honestly. All right, I'm going to add over 157 on Palantir. And Oracle, man, I really like this bottom here.
Watch NVDA here, DVG.
I might use options on Oracle for next week. Let's see. Man, they're expensive. $6. I'll wait. AMD 206. Let's go. 206.23, guys. 206.23 AMD. Hero trade. All right, guys, I'm going to add the Palantir here. A little bit risky. If we don't take the top off, fine. Guys, look at Circle. Looking good. I want to see it break out over 68. It may not, which is fine. NVIDIA rolling over big time.
Market's still holding up.
Let's do this right here. Oh, come on. Uh-oh. This doesn't look great for markets right now.
Watching the overall market. And again, you should have that triple Q or SPY up so you get a good view of what's happening in the overall market here.
Wow, look at NVIDIA now tanking. I'm going to dump AMD here in a second.
AMD certainly to follow, right?
Yeah. I'm hanging on, but I don't like the drawdown. Here comes Circle, guys. Break out over 68. Here it goes. Very nice. I just need Palantir to go. Palantir target would be like 162. Someone was asking, guys, here comes a breakout on CRCL. Looking great.
Coin breaking out
AMD
now.
here in a moment.
And Hood, Coin and Hood, both Coin and Hood breaking out nicely.
If we get around my entry on AMD, I'll add. Come on, Palantir, get up there. 158 rip. Let's go.
I like AMD here.
Yeah, I'm in, unfortunately, not the greatest entry, 206.23. I hit a market
Okay, I'm going to
order.
come into PLTR 158 here. I'll join DVG.
Yeah, sweet.
PLTR long 158.
Here we go. Go, baby, go.
This will be a breakout really nice here. I don't know if we're going to be looking for more than a point on this, so I'm just going to keep it close to the vest this morning. Darn it, Coin and Hood, same stock, right? Same arena and same action right now.
All right, let's do it. We're going to add to AMD over same entry, 206.23. Risky business. I don't like going long in down markets like this, but if we do catch a flyer, it'll be quick. And then maybe we get some follow through if people start to cover their puts from yesterday, which is what I'm counting on. So you see like maybe Palantir, a high alpha stock, flies up to like 162. I'm out. Like I'm not going to fight the tape. You know what I mean? Maybe it goes to 160 and stops. Maybe it stops right here. I don't know. But it's worth a shot. AMD now rolling over. We're going to close that. We can always get back in. Oh, Palantir. What is that? What is that? Gross. AMD now rolling over.
Wow, NVDA. Say we lose another 10 or 15 points, I might bottom feed on this stock. Yeah, you're exactly right, that MSTR. Mark.
Oracle now down at 202. Lower it goes, the more interested I'm getting. AMD, gross. Circle looking great. Might just leave that till next week. We'll see. Palantir, though, a little disappointing. Not gonna lie. And AMD, what the heck's going on with it? Down at 203. Jeez. 202, guys. I'm going to nibble on Oracle. 202. Post that here. It's a limit order. If we don't get filled, I don't care. Circle looking great, though. Go, baby, go. Hey, Palantir, Vamonos. Yes. Circle, baby.
There you go.
Anything over 69 bucks, I'll take some off, but looking good.
Yeah, got
Looking
the
good.
triple Qs heading up now on this candle. See what we do here.
Taking a partial here on Circle. Beautiful trade, guys. We will wait for the rest to go. We'll just keep some runners
Watching
on.
BE
Hey, Oracle, we got filled. Beautiful. Beautiful. And we're up $1.65 almost instantly. That's pretty cool. Love when that happens. Palantir, baby. Come on. Need it to go. Oracle? I mean, do I take an early partial, guys? Or do I wait for the rip? What do you guys think?
Watch PLTR now 158. I'll be coming in.
69, guys, on Circle. Beautiful move. Man, Palantir really concerning me now. We've tried to break out 5 times already this morning, and we've failed every single time. Oracle now rolling over. Jeez, come on, man. Don't do that. AMD back down to the lows. Man, the selling is vicious.
I'd like to take NBIS over 88, sorry. NBIS, long over 88. If we get there.
I'm looking for a second chance on AMD, but I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, it's selling viciously. And Palantir, man, that sucks. 5 false breakouts? Come on now. Feels like retail traders are trying to step in and literally the big guys are coming in going, How much did you guys buy? Sure. That's one position that we're holding on to. Just dump it. I don't know. We got stuck on the VWAP on Oracle at 204.22. Do I add here? Let's add over, if we get over 204.20. Hard to be bullish when these markets are getting thrashed, but maybe we catch a flyer, guys, on Oracle. Let's go. Getting ready. Early add here. If we get over 203.70, 203.80. I'd love to see over 204 to get over that VWAP, but let's maybe get in a little bit early. If it closes lower, we lose, we move out of the way.
Here is the, here's the entry for NBIS if we get there.
Wow, AMD, disgusting. Now Palantir, disgusting. Come on, man. I'm trying to be patient here, but this is not making me happy here. All right, we're going to add to Oracle, guys. Risky. Risky. Rather than take a partial, which is what I would normally do. Shoot. AMD, terrible. Palantir nasty. Might have to dump it. And
AMD at the bottom now, yeah.
Wow, 202, man. It's brutal. Oracle now rolling over again. That's not great for my position.
Can we short AMD right here?
Probably not a bad idea. Okay, I'm gonna have to close out Palantir here, guys. Losing trade. Brutal. Brutal.
NVRI. Can you get shares short? I didn't look. Let's see, NVRI. See if I've got anything here.
Ooh, Oracle. No, don't do that.
Yeah, it's available. Under 17, maybe?
No way. Come on, man. Palantir, see ya. That's terrible.
I'm going to go AMD short under 200. I'll nibble. And then if we're right, we're going to add, and it could be a big trade. What was yesterday in the post market? 199.55? Yeah. So I'm going to go short 200 and then 199.50 I'll add. Not a ton of volume in that NVRI.
These moves are pretty vicious. 2-3 points at a time. And I think Oracle is. I'm gonna have to give up on it here in a bit. I'm gonna wait to see if we bounce off the low here, but I don't think it's gonna do it. Might try to crack 200 and really get away, but wow, that's too bad. We literally got a perfect entry and then went up 2 points, didn't take a profit, and now we're down 2 points. Pretty gross. I'll wait.
Still watching NBIS. Here we go. 88 for the entry. PLTR right back up. I like Hood. Yeah, I like Hood. MSTR maybe.
He's still hanging on here, Oracle. AMD, I'm tempted to get in long here. I like this 202 print. Circle at this point is just autopilot and letting the rest go. I don't care if it goes to 64 bucks. We can't lose on that trade now. Wow, man. People want out of this market right now. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Friday, being the end of the week, that's got a little to do with it. We're sitting here just reeling from what happened yesterday.
Yeah.
So I think there's probably some more
I'm going to go
selling
for
in
AMD
it.
again, 202, guys.
You go long AMD here? Okay.
Yeah, we're in. It's a small size. I'm happy to add, but we got run over earlier, but maybe I get a little bit. Second chance here. Palantir, back up near the highs. See if we can actually take off now. Stop playing games. Are you short AMD?
No, under 200. I was going to go short.
Yeah, that's kind of where my head's at. Hold 202 or short 202. It's
Yep.
kind of where I wanted to see bulls at least put a stand of some kind. Try to push maybe to 593 on the Qs before we roll over. Otherwise, it's 577, 580 on the Qs, which would be even more devastating. Like if everybody was shocked to see yesterday, really we were only down like what, maybe 2%. Like we could really crash like 10 to 15%. So wait do you see that reaction in the markets? Come on, Oracle, lift up. Let's go. Target's going to be right around 208. I don't know if we're going to get it though today. Would be pretty cool if it did though. All right, AMD, where you at? Let's see. Okay, we're going to get a flyer, I think, here. Palantir really needs to do something now. Otherwise, I'm done.
Those of you that are in the NBIS trade, right? 90. We'll look for 90. AMD catching a little bit of a bid.
Palantir 160. Come on, AMD. There we go. There we go. It's a nice move. Oracle's getting a little bit. Palantir's getting a little bit. Watch this next candle though in 4 seconds. That's probably going to be a huge red one. The IWM over here. Keeping an eye on the Qs and the SPY as well. No definitive direction just yet. There's at 158. We got to get a breakout on Palantir. AMD, let's go. Watch the Qs, guys. Approaching session highs. Looks like we're going to maybe get some rejection. Note that we're at the VWAP on these two trades here. Palantir really needs to push now over 158 or we're in trouble. Come on, Oracle. Let's go. There's that 204 pop, baby.
Super nice.
A little more.
NBIS, about 50 cents to go. We'll take that 89 first. I'm going to make a comment here. The AMD and NVDA trade, I'm going to say, you know, take your profits when you can, because I don't see these stocks running today. I really don't. Just my 2 cents.
Early partial on Oracle here.
Don't let me scare you. I'm just saying, watch out.
If the move happens, awesome.
Absolutely.
But I'm with you on that. Even Palantir, I'm thinking just because we're not getting the push. And AMD, like, I'd love to see the close, but right now, every single time we're moving, like, we literally just put in a new session high on the Qs. Keep in mind, session high doesn't mean, breakout. And immediately sold into, immediately. IWM now pushing. Some optimism maybe around rate cuts. That's my barometer as of right now. for rate cuts. Glad we took a partial on Oracle. Come on, Palantir, what are you doing? AMD anywhere around the close, I'm going to take some off. But maybe we get a breakout. We'll see. NVIDIA trying to hold this 180.04, very important level for NVIDIA. Come on, Palantir. That is disgusting. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 times it's tried to break its session highs and failed. Disgusting. And look at this pullback. Look at that. Full bearish engulf, guys. We are likely going to have to short this stuff. I'm going to hang on to AMD for a little bit longer, but like we're right at my entry. Oracle, kind of same thing. Glad we took some off, but it's sad when this is the only part of your move, you know? But I really was thinking we'd come up to the VWAP and then push so we could snag a couple bucks on the push higher, but no. So I'm going to start looking around for some bearish sentiment. I still think we get a pop. I just don't know if it's going to be in these names anymore. Oracle literally just falling apart. AMD, no bueno. Palantir though is just. I mean, this thing could tank to like 130. So I'm going to probably dump my position and maybe start to short it. I'll wait just one more candle. So we're just under the close right now. But if it breaks any lower, I'm going to dump this thing. And look at Oracle now, back at session lows. Man, just like that.
Or do you just keep buying the dips and
I don't know.
it?
I don't know. Like I hate being counter trend like this when we had such a bearish day yesterday, but I mean, you look at the pre-market, we bounced a bit. I think there's just a lot of people scared. The trouble is like, I know for sure the puts are likely going to come from yesterday into today, or even from expire today. And at some point, once they do, that'll kind of skew gamma on these charts. Oracle back to session lows. We got consumer sentiment coming up, I think. Yep, Michigan consumer sentiment for November coming up. 2 minutes. Be careful. AMD, come on, man. Okay, barely hanging on to Oracle. Probably dump it here.
Right on.
We break 200. See what the consumer sentiment. 51 versus 50.3 on Michigan consumer sentiment. Better than expected. I don't think the market really cares that much. Expectations 51 versus 49. Still in these long trades, but look at the IWM take off now. Interesting. Come on, AMD. 206. One more. Palantir failing the 200 EMA now.
CPRT, I'll take a look at it.
Gross. Look at these candles. Top wicks, just price rejection everywhere. Everywhere. Except for Circle. Might be time to short some stuff, guys. Dump these long positions. Wow, 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 wow. Barely handle Oracle, guys. I don't like that we just broke 200. It just tells me we could go lower now. Round number. AMD, kind of the same thing. Barely hanging on. Only down like 70, 80 cents on it, but Palantir sucks. That's a losing trade for me big time. Nah. Okay, Palantir. Dang it.
Here comes AMD again at that 200. I'll take a small short position here. See if we get directionally if we're going to be okay here.
Q is officially green now. Or sorry, red. Sorry.
Yep. Yep.
Dang it.
NASDAQ just getting red.
Well,
What about
Palantir and
nibbling on
Oracle.
MSTR also nibble. I'm going to come out of this NBIS trade here momentarily.
Yeah, I'm going to get out of the rest of this Oracle position here. Wow, look at the Qs now rolling over. I'm going to probably get some put options here on the Qs then. Dumping Palantir.
Watch the short here on AMD at 200.
Nice.
Could probably short the triple Qs also.
Yep. That's what I'm doing with some options here. Man, everything's getting thrashed now.
Mm-hmm.
AVGO now at 340. Guys, I was shorting that yesterday at 375. It's crazy. Is the AI trade over? I don't know. False breakouts to the upside being met with violent selling. So definitely turning uber bearish right now, but I'm really thought we'd get a bounce. So it might be a little delayed like yesterday. If you guys remember, I was getting into short positions and I was just a little early.
I don't really like anything here. I mean, you're kind of guessing on NVDA, AMD, right?
Watch, we're gonna break out now. Like a crazy, crazy buy up for no reason. I'm telling you. It's coming. I just frustrating.
My platform just totally shut down.
What's that?
I said my platform just totally shut down. some error pops up and then it just disintegrates.
Yeah, I'll be
Always-
on the new
always
platform as of next year. I'm shifting everything over.
Where are you going to go?
Interactive. Hey, look at this bounce on the cues now. Oh man, they love playing these games. CRWV guys, $69. Let's go. I'm gonna try it.
May have to restart the whole computer here. Shoot, come on.
CRWV over. Actually, let's get it even earlier. 68.80. We'll put it out there. Get filled. CRWV. It's a nibble. Guys, watching video here, 180.04 will go for that as well. It's a one-way trip. If it doesn't move, could easily be a short position here, but if I was a bull, I would wait for large put options to be exercised now, and then buy underneath that to get the push. And then you could short the rest of the market at a higher price. Similar to like, it doesn't have to happen. I mean, look at this sell side volume. Every single time we push slightly higher, it just gets bearish engulf every single time. This is not a good sign, guys, if you're long.
And nothing I can do now. I can't get this thing to. How do you, on the PC, how do you stop a program manually? Anybody know?
Yeah, if you go hit Control Alt Delete, it'll bring you to a separate screen, and then you just go to like Task Manager.
Control Alt Delete.
I would stop sharing the screen first, your screen.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. Oh, they did? Okay. All right. They're having technical difficulties this morning, Jay. All right, thank you. Had issues with light speed. All right, so it's just not me then. Give it another go here.
It could be all the people that are getting margin called right now.
Yeah, right. See if I can get back in here. Okay, it's trying.
Look at this. Look at this. Gross. Okay, I'm going to be dumping Palantir any moment. We go any lower than that candle, I'm out. We need to bounce here or adios amigos.
Mark, I beta tested it, and it's got a couple of things that need to be fixed. They're not just going to listen to me, but I've voiced my opinion, and I've been on Pro 64. Haven't used their new active train. Yeah, it's coming. That might get me to go all Mac for trading. Believe it or not, scary.
Watch AMD here.
Yeah, that 200 is meaningful on AMD. We haven't flushed DVG, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
The
but that's
overall
what I'm
market, we're
nervous
holding.
about. Is once we
We're
do,
holding.
it's going to be violent. I should say, if we do, it'll be violent.
True.
And the volume is unmistakable. Like we are seeing, 100, 200,000 shares come in to buy, and then 600,000 to sell. Like it's significant sell side volume. The other trouble I have is typically I end up buying the dip when people stop buying the dip because I don't like buying the dip. And this is the dip I'm buying because we're down so significantly that really I would normally be shorting this. But every time I've shorted these big downside moves, I get run over because people buy the dip. And of course, the time I buy the dip, it keeps going lower. I'm better off just always being a bear. All right, keep an eye on AMD, guys. If it flushes 200, it's going to be pretty vicious.
Yeah, and here we come too. Or do you take a chance and buy here?
Wow, 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 wow. Everything just aiming lower. Palantir. Let's just dump this thing after all. Big losing trade for me on Palantir. Barely hanging on here. Barely. I hate being in drawdown like this, especially on like Palantir. Sucks. Nine times false breakout to the upside. Every single time we got up to the area, found sellers that just pushed it right back down. So it gets over 158. We should rip, but I don't see it happening now.
Here's the test at 200. Let's see.
I'm watching it.
I'm going to grab some right here at 204 cents. Let's see if we get back down here. Hold on. We touch and then we bounce. There we go. I'm short the stock right now. 202, 2 points to the upside will be my stop.
That's where my entry was.
199.55, 199.50 will be my add.
Nice. Good luck. I'm going to dump mine so you can get more of the... If I see it under 200 again, I will for sure close it. This is starting to feel a little bit like a trap. Be careful. We might get a big pop to the upside here. If it's going to happen, now would be the time. You're getting all these levels just teasing the low of sessions on a lot of these stocks. So either they actually break or bulls are just coming in saying, hey, you should get in, and then just building volume for them to snap it up. This is some super price action manipulation at its finest.
Yeah, we're hovering at that 200, right? Do we make a move or no?
Looks like you're gonna win on this one.
I don't know.
To be honest.
No. Market not bad.
There's your break on AMD. I'm gonna close mine here. The long position is out. Congrats, Scott.
Yep. Now let's see if we get it here. Or not, DVG, or we get a bounce back.
There's your move on AMD. Very nice.
Yeah.
Should have been joining you there.
It's okay.
Starting to look like yesterday. We're just aims lower. No, doesn't matter. Just keeps going.
Not as violent right now, though, but
out CRWV as well. My Q put options are working though, so that's good. Offsetting some of the loss from Palantir, AMD.
also have that feeling that, we're down, 35 points here, 37 on the NASDAQ, 40 now. On a Friday, I don't know how much participation they're going to have, but we're going to see. Plus that 200 on AMD is pretty special.
I'm going to add CRWV instead. Man, it's a trap. It's a bear trap.
Yeah, right. Yeah, could be. Right at 200 again.
I'm going to go make some tea. I will be right back.
We'll be here. Still hovering, right? Apple, nice move today. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cover AMD here. I just don't know if we're going to have that downside move, and NASDAQ's starting to firm up a little bit. So I'm going to cover all shares here, AMD. Just get myself a little over $1 on the trade, and then we'll see what happens here. See if we move to the upside. Yep, small profit, small profit.
Did I miss anything?
No, I just covered my AMD trade though.
Oh, nice.
So
Make a couple points on it?
Yeah, a little over a point, but
Nice.
not a big deal.
Maybe this is the time we get the bounce. I don't know. I feel convicted that we're going to move higher to like 591 to 592 on the Qs. And then maybe to make a decision, do we continue higher or roll over? But it doesn't look like that right now. We just keep moving lower and lower and lower.
Could actually go long over the 200 here.
Like getting whipsawed today, man.
Yeah, true.
A little lower, a little higher, a little lower, a little higher. Oracle under $200 just feels like a good deal. I'm gonna use options, guys. Where are they at? Okay. Oh, it's pretty spready on the options. I'm picking up some 210s. You got them at 359, so right at the midpoint. It's expire next Friday. Share WV toilet. IWM though pushing higher, so I think there's some optimism around that rate cut, which I thought for sure we're not getting a rate cut.
Right.
unemployment, you could look at it two ways. One, more job postings since we missed October, so that September report looked decent, but then like unemployment's at all, or highest rate that we've had in a while. So it depends on how you want to look at it. And then this whole Japanese trade thing, the yen trade, that's a whole nother topic. I think some of these folks are getting ahead of it, realizing, hey, if markets are going to continue to go lower and we can't borrow money at cheap rates, we saw what happened August 5th last year, right? So maybe a little bit of that, people getting ahead of it, because they haven't officially announced a rate hike in Japan. But if they do, it would be the mother of all margin calls. What is pretty interesting, though, is NVIDIA had its best, I would argue, literally one of the best earnings reports of all time. Not just for NVIDIA, I'm saying just every stock. I mean, they crushed it. 60% year-over-year growth on a $4.5 trillion market cap. That's pretty crazy. And it wasn't good enough to break out and move markets higher. No bounce on Palantir. Might go short Palantir, actually. AMD now 197.5.
AMD low of the day, PANW low of the day, PLTR, NVDA.
I mean, what news could possibly hit the tape that would make people go, yeah, let's turn these markets around? I don't know if there is any. Maybe the what is it, the Santa Claus rally?
Yeah.
But man, right now this looks like the avalanche is beginning. Man, what Palantir? Kind of 151, 150. Man, Michael Burry is probably just laughing right now.
Yeah, good job, Chaz. Very nice.
Yeah, I think I'm going to close out Circle. I'm going to close out all my long positions here in a moment. I only have Circle left and CRWV. Still have the call options though on Oracle, so we'll see how those perform. They expire next week, so if we get below like 195, we'll probably, I mean, depending on where we're at on the price of them. All right, I think I'm going to add to my queue put options here as we put in a new session low. No sign of moving higher, guys. So if you are bullish, I would wait. Cue the disclaimer.
One hour into the day, it seems like an eternity, but that's where we're at. Dow's up 242 points, 244, and Nasdaq's down 81.
Like this spread, as an example, I'm looking at Palantir, for example. Like 3% to get just to the close is like, I'm not going to say it's impossible, but it's almost like if you're falling off of a building without a parachute, the further and further you get away from like grabbing the wall, the harder it is to like, protect the fall. That's the trouble with these moves is they're like incrementally moving lower, but as they notch down, it's like, hey, there's a 0.25%. Good luck getting that back. Like in terms of percentages, forget the price at that point. It becomes now a matter of when you look at even options and volatility, that's being taken into account. So the further you're getting away from a strike price, and the speed at which you do it, that's the key. The less or more, depending on the direction of your move, it's going to impact that volatility. So like, for example, like with the Oracle options that I have, they're kind of, midpoints floating around a little bit, but because of this consolidation, it's not too bad of a move to the downside from when I got in. But like if you look at the Palantir ones, I mean, they're moving about like 10 cents for every 10 cents this moves. The options are moving 10 cents. So it's pretty interesting to see that, like, when they're that tightly correlated. So you're starting to lose theta and delta and gamma all at the same time because you're so far away from the close price. If you're up at like 155, let's say, or 160. Santa Claus ain't coming to town this year. Too many people have been naughty. Ebenezer Scrooge still after an early Santa Claus. Yeah, right, exactly. I just don't like the fact that like I'm typically bearish, and on a day like today, after yesterday, I thought for sure we'd see some buyers step up just because we tore the walls down. But this just tells me I'm okay with these Q put options, like making some money on those. And as of late, I mean, these put options have kind of saved my tail if I had a couple bad trades. So we'll see. Palantir is just a dumpster fire, though. Whoa, look at that move on Palantir. Just cracked 150 immediately. Boom, just sold. And now 130 has become a reality for Palantir.
Now down 119. Should have just blindly taken that short on the Qs.
No bounce. No bounce. Yeah, these Q put options are printing up nicely, though. So that's good. Circle, it's okay. I'll just leave that on for now. I don't mind. What a disaster on AMD. They can't even see 200 no more. Same with Oracle. Oracle's at 196.
Yep. Same thing, right?
AVGO down at 333 now. It's Tesla doing. Tesla's down at 385. Yikes. Man, should have would have shorted Palantir instead of going long. Well, I'm just collecting right now on these cues. I mean, got Circle Long. I've got some call options on Oracle, which I don't mind holding those for a little bit, but those are red at the moment. Man, look at this. 0 buyers in Palantir, AMD, NVIDIA. Look at NVIDIA falling off the cliff. Wow. Gross. No bounce. No bounce. I do like this level on AMD, so I may get a third chance on AMD, but I'm not buying it. I'm not seeing that that's happening. And Oracle down at 195 is what I didn't want to see, so probably dump these call options as well. I'll wait and see if it breaks. If it breaks 195, then I'll dump it. Down about $1,000 on those.
NASDAQ accelerating down. We saw the same thing yesterday.
I'll take a few off of my put options on the Qs. Always add more. Just gonna put some money back in the coffers after bleeding out on Palantir and a couple losers on AMD, but Circle worked out, so that's cool. I was actually watching NVIDIA yesterday. Got in a long position kind of late in the afternoon, catching the falling knife a little bit. And at the time, on average, it trades about 190 million shares a day. At that moment in time when I got in, it was at 200 and almost 300 million shares were being traded through NVIDIA for the day. This is the big boys selling too. You can't deny it. I mean, when you see a 45-degree angle short to the downside like this, it's pretty obvious who that is. That's not retail. This is 100% the big boys that are selling their portfolios. Wow, AMD's down at 195 now? What?
Should have just kept it, right? It's crazy. Yeah, you know what? It's markets. Okay, we're down 150. Okay, I don't know if we've accelerated to the downside just yet. We'll see. Keep an eye on the Nasdaq on the triple Qs. We'll see what happens here.
Man. Okay, glad we took some off of the cues here. I think we bounce here. Maybe this is it. 196 would be interesting on AMD. Third chance, maybe. 149. I won't touch Palantir. A red day for me so far. We started off nice with Circle. Palantir gave me hope. And then after 9 rejections to break out, I held on a little longer than I should have, to be fair. But made a little bit of a loss there. Even with the put options on the Qs, like, still red. So Oracle needs to get back to like probably 200. My options will be worth some dough. Anything above that would be awesome. But they expire next week, so I'm tempted to keep them. I mean, obviously this 195 print I didn't like. I don't want to see that. I want to see a bounce here, get up to 200, fight it out, you know, from 200 to 198, and then move higher if you can. But hey, Apple is up. McDonald's is up. ABBV is up. Google is up. But all these AI names, toilet. What do you think about NVIDIA down here? 174.
I mean, you're bottom fishing, but you know, I mean, if you're going to do it, either that or AMD.
Jay, you're asking about floats on NVIDIA? Yeah, 23 billion. Well, they had a split, if you remember. I mean, it was a long time ago, but so that split added way more shares. So let's see if Oracle can save my day. I'm not sure it can, but there are options that expire next week at a 200. What is it? 210, I think is what I picked up. Yeah, 210. So they're out of the money for sure. They weren't that expensive when I looked at them, but obviously they've moved down in price, so a little bit down. It's okay, about $1,000. In fact, I'll probably use options if I'm going to make any other trades today, just because they're a little bit more cost effective. Look at Circle though. Yay!
There's a big candle on AMD right? Also, yep.
And then it's short-lived. Everyone is like a little mini dead cat bounce.
We'll see. You know, maybe we inch up, and then make it a break-even type of day for the market anyway. I don't know. I mean, the magic number for AMD would be 200 to switch sides. Mm-mm-mm. AMD on the prowl. Interesting. Yeah, I mean the market just recovered 100 points on the Nasdaq. So interesting, interesting, interesting. I think it sees 200 again. V bottom recovery on the triple Qs. Yeah, I would classify it right now as just choppy and very little direction. I mean, Dow's up 200 points. I mean, I guess you can't really say no direction. You got to say little, right? I mean, I don't think so. I think you got to get over 200 on AMD, and I would probably go long here. Let's stick with it and see. I mean, just floundering right now. Besides that, if you take a look at Apple, Apple's on the run today. Doesn't care what anybody else is doing. We get those ebbs and flows. We're starting to come back down here, but again, specifically on AMD and on NVDA, that play is only going to be available over the VWAP. Otherwise, it's staying to the move of the market right now. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, everything can catch a bid at any point in the day. There's no doubt about it.
Was I talking on mute this whole time?
Probably, yeah. I hadn't heard you. Yeah.
I was mentioning I picked up some call options on NVIDIA, the 180s for next week. But I'm only using options right now. I'm not using any shares anymore after my red day today. Got a little bit back from the Qs. We had a great trade in Circle. Other than that, I got beat up pretty good on Palantir this morning. Not gonna lie. And then AMD, we got some $210 call options on that for next week. Paid like $330 for them, I think. $328. It's close enough. So right now, some of those are in drawdown right now with Oracle, AMD call options, but we'll see. Let me see if we get a bounce on those names. We still have a couple of the Q put options left. Those expire on Monday. So markets go lower, Q options to help. And then NVIDIA, there we go. Get a nice move on NVIDIA. 180 strike is the target.
Maybe it does it all today.
I'd love that. That'd be awesome. If it does that, I'll take a huge portion of them off. I mean, I'm not even going crazy. So I'm trading smaller. because we took a little bit of a, you know, face plant on Palantir. Like I went in and added, we were full share size, and I took a 4-point dive. So it gives you an idea of the damage.
I think I'll go maybe till maybe 5 more minutes, then I gotta go rest and take care of some business. Anyway, what's up this weekend, DVG? Anything?
No, just prepping for our trip.
Yeah,
So just getting some of that stuff out of the way.
good.
I'll be
good,
gone Thursday, Friday. We leave like I think Wednesday night. So
Okay.
should be a nice trip. Good getaway.
Chance I may not be here on Wednesday because they just canceled my doctor's appointment. So trying to get that worked in, and if not, then hopefully you can lead on Wednesday morning and then take off. Okay.
Yeah, if you guys see anything, just post it in the chat. I probably won't be back on the microphone for the day, but I'll be available on the chat here if you guys need anything. Scott, appreciate you, man. And
Yeah, have a solid weekend, my friend.
All right. Cheers. God bless.
Yep. Take care. Bye-bye. I'm going to head out to traders. Everybody have a great weekend. Clifton, enjoy. Traders, I'll see you back on Monday. I'm up less than $300 for the day. And, who knows? I would suspect the markets finish slightly green, but we'll see. I don't think it's going to be a huge day like it was yesterday, but we'll wait and see. Everybody be good. Take care. God bless you. Dan, appreciate you guys. Mark, see you on Monday morning. Enjoy. Be safe. God bless you. And we'll see you then. Take care.
Anybody out there? You guys hear? AMD, baby. AMD. Leaving 10. Let's see how they go. Cost basis below $4. Nvidia, guys, what a monster move here. We took some partials off these call options, and they just popped to $7. We paid $3.40 for them, so I took some off here just because why not? But these freaking call options saved me again. Unbelievable. I'm telling you, I think I'm going to turn more into an options trader here before you know it. I don't know how many of y'all do that, but it's just incredible. I'm super excited to have this come up because I took a bit of a beat down with Palantir today, and happy to see it. NVIDIA getting some headline news here. Literally, go figure, more good news and about really their earnings, etc. So we're seeing a pop in these markets. You'll see the pop in NVIDIA up to 183. And still waiting for these Oracle call options to actually pay off. I'm still slightly red on those. But man, these AMD call options worked out well too. But fundamentally, like, I don't always recommend going counter trend, especially when we had this big sell-off yesterday. But when you do get them, rule number one definitely applies. You know, the same way we have to manage risk if there's a downside move, and you know, got to protect your money at all costs, is what I say. And yeah, I mean, I had to pay myself first into this move, and believe it or not, unless AMD gets over 209, which is where it needs to be for it to be kind of break this bearish tendency. If you'll notice, literally we opened right at that level, 208.83. It needs to get over 209 for it to look at least moderately bullish for them to want to participate. And then Oracle, literally the worst performer in the entire S&P right now, which is part of the reason I bought it, was to buy this dip. I don't know, like when I see the SPY moving higher and Oracle just waffling at the lows, it just tells me that there's definitely more people that want out of that stock. And all the more reason why I used options, because I don't want to be caught holding 1,000 shares and have it move 4 points against. Whereas if I have options, it can move 3-4 points against me, and I lose whatever, $1,000. Anyways, so I'm keeping an eye on these markets, y'all. And again, 595. Hopefully, you guys were watching what I was posting here in the chat while I was away. But 591.75. You notice we came up to that level, we rejected the heck out of it, and I'm like, if we don't hold that level, we'll roll over. The second we got above there, how convenient, or NVIDIA gets some news and markets just pop, right? So on the one hand, I want to say, like, markets can be very tricky this way, but it's important to two things. One, technical analysis matters, fundamental analysis matters. Does it change the fact that credit markets are a mess? No. Does it change the fact that there's some concern about the Japanese carry trade? No. Is there concern still about unemployment? Yes. So there's still all these reasons that, arguably yesterday we had this big sell-off. That said, from a technical perspective, there are key levels that are designed by high frequency traders that have higher levels of volume. So when we hit those levels, one of two things happen. Either we see resistance or we see a pop. Now the next level overhead was 596.10 above that 595 print. And I'm not kidding. I think we hit it almost to the dot. Let me look. 595.16. So that's a big level there. The only saving grace is two things. We have to hold that 595 on the Qs for it to actually be meaningful. If you'll see clearly, we have more sellers because maybe they just don't care about that news on NVIDIA. But it moved just from that one headline, it moved markets up almost 1%. So on the one hand, it's good to, the trend is your friend. I always say if you're holding an umbrella during a hurricane, it'll tell you which direction the wind is blowing pretty quickly, right? But similarly, like the trend is down, so to go counter trend is very, very dangerous. Traders, I always say, if your money, do what you want, right? right? Like I was going counter trend, which is dangerous. That said, you have to be mindful of your risk, which is why I turned to options instead of shares. And I keep wanting to repeat that because I know a lot of folks, even, you know, friends of mine that are calling me like, dude, I'm getting wrecked in the markets. And I'm like, look, if you hold a significant portfolio, learn how to use options as a hedge. That's what the big boys do. Right now, I'm trading options, frankly, because I don't want to grab shares and then be at risk of seeing a move like yesterday, right? Knowing full well that we are still in a bear trend. We're in a bullish market in a bear trend. So when we're analyzing our charts, start with the higher time frame, whether that's a month, a week, or a day at a minimum. Break them down to 4 hours, 1 hour. Cue the disclaimer, do what you want. But it's important to do that because when you find those intersections of not only price action, but key areas, it'll give you an idea of where, like this example, right? We did this huge pop. I took a partial. I still have some runners because we could still go higher, but we are still in a bear trend. And so I want to be mindful of that because we could easily sell off, right? Because we tagged the next viable level, 596.10 on the Qs, and we rejected immediately. Why do you think that is? Well, because bears want to remain in control and continue to sell through this market for the reasons I just mentioned, right? And so for bulls to really make a stand, they need to hold at least 595, at least. And I say 595 almost like I can't believe we're talking about these levels because we were up in the 630s for a while there on the Qs. So I'm not saying that we got to completely rally all the way to 630 right now today, but if we did get a push, ideally holding 595 on the Qs would be ideal for the tech names. 600 would be amazing, but you still have the heavyweight push to the downside on names like Oracle, right? But if you look at AVGO, it just closed the gap, right? You look at Apple, tearing it up all the way up to that 272.89 level we've been talking about for a long time. Anyways, I also wanted to bring up CoreWeave. We did well in that trade. Hopefully you guys are able to take advantage of that. Circle as well. I've got literally like 100 shares left. I don't have much left on this thing, so I don't really care, but it's been a great trade. And people may ask, why Circle? Two things. One, they IPO'd at 64 bucks. It bottomed out at 64.92. Crypto markets were starting to kind of bottom out in this, 86K area. Does it mean could it go lower? Sure. It was, for me, taking a risk, but stacking the odds in my favor where if it did go down, I lose 2 points. If it went up, I make 4 or 5 points, right? So anyway, hopefully some of you guys were in these markets to take advantage of the move. And then I think you said Fed meeting at 2 if it costs. Let's see. I think you might be right. I don't see one at 2. There was some optimism this morning, though, from FedHead. It was talking a little bit about the push to get a deeper or a bigger rate cut. And I think part of this is, the Fed is adamant about saying we don't care about stock markets. However, if we don't cut rates soon, regardless of all the other aforementioned components, you run the risk of the stock market pushing us into a recession, and you could ask why. I'm sure I could answer that. But fundamentally, when you see, let's see markets pull back, 10, 15%, you're starting to break things like the SOM rule. You're starting to break a lot of things to the downside, pricing power, and then you run the risk of collapsing a market, right? So I'm not saying that we have to hold these levels. As you guys know, I'm typically bearish just because I'm looking at all these other outliers. That said, there is definitely money that wants to kind of at least hold things intact for a period of time, especially as we come into year end and people are trying to get their bonuses, hedge fund managers and traders, etc. Yesterday, I want to say, was where most of that took place. It doesn't mean that we can't sell lower. I think there's definitely a big chance that we can, because if we continue to reject these overhead levels and we neglect that overhead supply, you run the risk of dumping these markets. So all that to say, hopefully some of you guys were able to take advantage of this move. Anybody? And by the way, was it helpful when I was posting in the chat? I was away, so it was just posting to kind of keep you guys up to date. I'm not sure if you guys were reading that or not. And like, look at AMD right now. It popped to what, 207, I think? 207.31. And now it's neglecting the close at 206.02. So realistically for AMD, it needs to be over 208.99 for it to actually show that it's trying to be bullish, right? I don't know if it's going to happen today, but it got close in literally one huge move. So I'm going to hold on to these runners. We'll see what happens. Oracle, on the other hand, I'm tempted to just dump because this thing popped to $200 and just faded immediately. So I'll give it a little more time on Oracle, but womp womp, not so great. Oh, Dan, you were keeping an eye on it? Cool, man. What trades are you on, if any? Or are you just keeping an eye on the markets? Yeah, I wish I could have been on the microphone. I just was doing like 15 other things, so wasn't able to do that. But I was just keeping an eye on things. AMD and NVIDIA, cool. Oh, did you take the NVIDIA trade after all? I took it with options though, the 175 call options. I'm up over 100% on them right now. Pretty crazy. And AMD now, like I'm in the money now, so I'm just bank some. And believe it or not, the only red that I'm hanging on to now, and I could argue it's even less than that because we took some of these profits, is this stupid Oracle trade. Palantir, I'm kind of upset to see what it's doing right now because I'd be just fine if I held on to that trade. But man, I got wrecked on that trade this morning. So just goes to show, guys, sometimes you got to protect your money. You know, could have got back in, you know, below 150, but after getting wrecked like that, I decided to leave it alone and trade some other things. And I was even looking at the call options for Palantir up at like 160. And at one point they were down at like literally like $2. And I was like, oh man, maybe I should. But I was like, man, down at 148, like that's maybe not a viable trade. I don't know. So I left it alone. But man, look at it go now. 162 is a big level for Palantir, and then 168. The trouble I was worried about even with Palantir as it broke like 153, I think it was. My concern is if you break 140, you run the risk of like 137 is easy. And that's a big level for it. And then 133 thereafter. So anyways, only stock cooled in. Yeah, hey, all good, man. Same entry or nearby on the entry? Because I was in the 175, let me see, no, 180 call options when it was at 175 and change or so. Glad to hear it, Dan. Again, don't be shy or afraid to take profits today, because I'm telling you, these markets, volatility is our best friend when we're trading. But guys, volatility, if you're not managing risk, can destroy you pretty quick. And you know, that's our job as traders. If you really think, like people say, oh yeah, you're a day trader, you must be a, you know, a religious gambler. I've had that told to me a few times, and I'm like, no, I'm more of just a risk manager, essentially. I look at levels, I identify opportunities. I only have to be right 55% of the time, and I could be a profitable trader. And I'll take that. I'll take those odds, right? It takes years though to get it right. I mean, sometimes I've talked to a couple of buddies as well that are like, oh man, yeah, I just went long or short, and their bias is one way or the other with no conviction, no studying of levels, etc. And you know, that's how you can get hurt in these markets. And so I encourage you guys. I know many of you guys are experienced traders. There's some of y'all that are new, so I welcome y'all if you're new. If you're out there on YouTube and you're listening in, think about joining our community. Again, I would love to start creating more and more content for you guys, which is the plan. Trying to get some stuff lined up. In the meantime, I've been literally, you know, moving brokerages and doing a bunch of other stuff behind the scenes, but maybe y'all don't care. It's okay. But fundamentally, like, I really do want to do what I can to contribute if it's helpful for you guys. Talk about setups. And I know you guys have asked sometimes, like, hey, why are you taking a trade at a certain level? And in some cases, I'll try to do my best to do that. You Circle. I made that comment early this morning, and I'm glad it paid off. It worked out really well. Coulda, shoulda, woulda held that full size position all the way through, but I didn't. Took partials along the way. That's how I roll. Hey, look at Oracle. Maybe it's getting a shot here. Target on Oracle will be around 204 to 206. So call midpoint 205 would be amazing. Should make some money around that level. And then I am eyeballing Palantir right now still. Like right now, Qs are holding us 595 for now. Maybe we get a nice pump here. Keep an eye on the next overhead levels. Again, 596.10 on the Qs. Otherwise, it's 598.14, which was the all-time high on the 18th of September. And then I would be eyeballing this. I actually have 600.05. I know it's random, but 600.05 is the level to watch, not just exactly 600, because for whatever reason, these traders will keep that extra few cents to shake people out or break out. So let's keep an eye on those levels as we go into the close today. Let me pull up and see if I can find the exact headline on NVIDIA. The Trump team internally floats idea of selling NVIDIA H200 chips to China. That's part of it. It was a separate headline. And if you recall, for those of you guys who paid attention to the NVIDIA earnings call, not only did they blow their number out 60% year-over-year growth on a $4 trillion business, they literally baked into their earnings 0% forecast for China. So keep that in mind. The numbers they reported that were completely just a blowout, right? Didn't even take into account if they were selling anything to China because of the tariffs and regulations around chips to China. So if they get a shot at selling chips to China, could you imagine? Even if it's only 10% of their business on a $4 trillion business, or just use their earnings. The quarterly business, they did what, 60 billion? 10% of that's a lot of money. 5% of that's a lot of money. So by opening that up, it could just add more to those earnings for NVIDIA. Again, yesterday I was trying to buy the dip right around this level, 183.70, I think it was, I want to say. 180.04 is a big level that I have marked on NVIDIA, but the fact that we cracked that like it wasn't even there, obviously bears had their way the last couple of days. But make no mistake, we can completely sell off into the close. I want to see a push on AMD again over 109. That's what I'd like to see. I'll take a partial up in that area. So 108 and change is where I'm likely going to take some more off of these call options here. But if I am a bull right now and trying to position, let's just say, you need to have all the stocks line up. Meaning, if anybody looks at any of these stocks that are representative of the big 100 names in the Qs, they all need to be moving at least higher or above key levels. Why is 109 important? Look at the open this morning. Look at pre-market highs this morning. But also look at what we did yesterday around 209. So it'll basically show, hey, we're trying to put a base in at 109. And right now it's having trouble at the close, 206. I keep saying 109, 206, sorry, 209, 206. So if you're keeping an eye on those things, look around for certain names, like Apple leading the charge today along with Google. Google is absolutely ripping today. Should have gone long Google. I wasn't even paying attention, but that just is a monster move on Google. Maybe some of that has to do with the fact that the new leader over at Berkshire Hathaway made a pretty significant investment there. People are saying it was Buffett, but it's not his style. He doesn't really get into tech stocks. I think the only tech stock he's had in a while is Apple. And notice Apple and Google both edging higher. So never underestimate the power of Uncle Warren. That's for sure. But let's see what happens, guys. Into the close again. AMD's holding on to its previous close, 206.02. Not really doing a whole lot in that area. So bears trying to reestablish dominance here, it feels like. But make no mistake, if this 296.10 area gets breached again, maybe we push 298.14, right? But if you're long in these counter trend type markets, it's important to take those profits. Cue the disclaimer. It's not financial advice. Do what you want with your money. It's your money to, figure it out. But it's a big reason why I always say, pay yourself first, rule number one, because you just simply don't know. But if you're looking at these levels and identifying them as key areas of resistance and support, you're able to take advantage of, okay, it moved here. I can take some off. If it continues to move, let my runners do the work. Some folks like to hold on to the full size and let it run, which I get it, but everybody's different. I've managed to be a profitable trader, frankly, by managing risk. So hope that helps. So with that, again, I'll keep an eye on these markets as we go into the close. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit of a battle up here, but if the Qs do push for whatever reason, be mindful. This Oracle trade at $200 is really making me just scratch my head. Like, why is it not going to 202 at least? NVIDIA, I'm going to leave like 3 contracts to just do their thing. We sold the rest at like over $7. So if you could believe it though, when I said I got lumped up pretty good on Palantir, I am still slightly red. But these options certainly helped. I'm up, let's see, on the last 10 contracts on AMD alone, I'm up, what, $800? NVIDIA now pulling back slightly. Anyway, I appreciate y'all hanging in there. 2 o'clock, or about 2:13 Eastern right now. Let's hope for 209 on AMD. If not, I'm more than happy to close these out. I want to hold them through the weekend. And with Oracle, like I said, I'd like to see a push over 204. I just don't know if it's going to happen today. It's down 5%. It's getting absolutely wrecked. And when you see the move in these markets, how big they are, and you see, I'm going to call it negative correlation because it's not actual context. But when you see a stock that when, let's just say markets move up and it only moves up slightly, but then it moves down and it moves down 2 times as big of a move, I'm going to call that a negative correlation to, let's say, the Qs of the SPY. Oracle's a big holding in the SPY. And you see the SPY right now, it's up, what, over 1.65% right now. Oracle is down 5%. Yikes. So the way I'm looking at it is more of a delta play, is that if Oracle catches up, we can move up 6 or 7 points, and we're still red on the day because it's, close was at 210. But if it gets up to like 206, 207, I'm for sure dumping a big piece of this. And whether I choose to keep a few into next week, whatever. But they're so out of the money. I got these 210 calls. So anyways, how'd you guys do today? Did you guys turn green? I know there's only a few left of y'all in here. For those of you guys can hear me. Maybe just quick post. Green, red. Tough days as of late. No judgment. Dan, good. Awesome. Yeah, part of it too is in markets like this, like being a little more patient. So like AVGO yesterday, if I would have held that trade, guys, I'd be up. I'm not even kidding. Probably like a few $100,000. And chickened out. It's okay. But if you play that game, you'll never trade again. You know what I mean? Like coulda, shoulda, woulda. Oh man, if I only did this, if I only did that, don't do that. It's bad bad for this business. Big portion of this business is mental fortuity. And if you think about, actually, I heard this from somebody, I can't remember who it was. They made a comment to me like, the beauty of trading, it's like a blessing and a curse. It'll bring out the best and the worst in you. More so, it'll identify your worst traits. And I actually agree and think that's 100% true. Because as you guys know, I'm typically bearish, but buying the dip here, I was totally open to it with some risk mitigation. And when I reverted to options, I'm a lot more comfortable letting a trade play out when it's options versus I have pretty tight stops when I get in with shares. Not to say I don't have tight stops when I use options, but the appetite changes because I'm like, let's just say my risk tolerance is X. And again, it's different for everybody. But with options, if I get, let's just say 5 options, 10 options, I mean, if it moves $200-300, I don't care. I don't really mind. If it move, if I've got 5 options and it moves like $2,000, then yeah, clearly you got the trade wrong. But it's one of those things where even when I write in my journal every day, what trades I took, what did I learn from today, what are areas of improvement, I do that every single day. And what's cool about that is you're constantly trying to grow. And you're not judging yourself, you're not humiliating yourself, you're not negative talking yourself. You're basically going, hey, how do I get better? How do I become a better trader? How do I become a better person at entries or better at taking exits or being more patient in a specific trade? And I think what I'm identifying, even as we come into this end of the year, and I'll likely be participating a lot more next year, is in options, because I have a lot more patience with options than I do with shares. And again, you can get in trouble with options, win or lose pretty big if you don't understand the Greeks, right? If you don't understand gamma, delta, theta, etc. But I think that there's a lot of opportunity there for me to grow my trading journey by leveraging a lot more options. So I'll probably be doing that a lot more next year. You've heard me talk about them a lot this year, but next year for sure, I think we'll be getting a little more specific on that. The challenge, I think, though, is what I don't want to do with this room is start talking about spreads and iron condors and broken wings, like, because the beauty of options, there's so many strategies on how to use options, right? Like you can literally do naked calls, naked puts, right, which is literally trading almost like shares directionally. Then you start looking at spreads where you're basically trying to collect a premium. You can use broken wing strategies, which essentially kind of like, think of it as at a roulette table, you're betting on red and black, except one is heavier weighted, right? So maybe you win a little less or more, doesn't matter, but you're offsetting your winning potential and losing potential, depending on how you look at it. So it's it's a cool dynamic, something that I'm going to be learning a lot more about. And if it's helpful to you guys, maybe you guys can learn a thing or two along the way. Or for those of you guys who trade options, maybe jump on the microphone and share kind of your journey. That would be cool. Do we have any of y'all just trade options only, or just equities, predominantly stocks, shares? All good either way. By the way, if you guys noticed, IWM was on my watch list this morning. And for one reason and one reason alone. If it moved higher, it told me that we're getting bullish on rate cuts. If it went lower, we're getting continually bearish. The one concern, if I could be completely honest about all this price action moving higher, it doesn't change the fact that the overhead risk, in my opinion, is twofold. One, the credit market sucks right now. It's bad. So that'd be number one. Number two would be, what's the Bank of Japan going to do? And I know, again, for those of you guys who want to look at the date, pull up your chart, look at August 5th last year, you'll see exactly what happened. That's the carry trade. You may have heard about it, but if you can borrow money at 2% in Japan and put it into equities, great. It's awesome, right? 2%, but you yield 8, 10%, you know, you got to pay back at 2%. That's not a bad deal. That said, I think a lot of people were subject to that, especially in crypto markets, because it's so expensive, you know, for Bitcoin. And when you see, hey, the cost of that borrowed money is going to go up, which means you're instantly going to get margin called, and the equity, underlying equity, is going to also be moving down at the same time. You get margin called, which means you're forced liquidating your positions. And if you're a big outfit, that could be billions of dollars potentially that you liquidate. So I think part of yesterday could be kind of foresight of getting out of the way just in case, and ensuring that, you know, you're not as exposed to margin. I say you, I'm talking about the big guys. And this is, again, I don't know if it's true or not. I'm just kind of speculating a bit on what I think may have happened yesterday, but it makes a lot of sense, right? Because it hasn't been officially announced, but what has been announced is a higher level of unemployment, more jobs available. We missed an entire month, so we didn't even get the month of October. So again, would you explain watching IWM again? Yeah, so IWM is the small caps, right? So Russell 2000, it's 2000 of the smaller. I'm not a big fan of those types of companies, because in my mind they have to borrow a ton of money, but they're like, you know, for every maybe one stock that breaks out of the IWM or small cap area and go to like mid or large cap, that could be worth a ton of money, because most of the companies in the IWM are pretty small and they don't make money, or they're like right at the border of it, you know, like, not to say they're non-revenue, but they're, you know, hey, we make 3 million a year, but we spend 30 million a year or whatever, right? So there's a lot of companies like that in IWM, but they're all subject to borrowing a lot more money. Like if you look at Apple, they don't need to borrow anything. They do that on purpose because they get to name their terms. They have cash, right? So if you look at what these big companies will do is they have cash on hand, but they're not going to pay for it in cash and have a capital expenditure. What they'll do is use CapEx as a deferred interest payment. So they'll get a loan for whatever, $10 billion if they're building out a facility or whatever, because it makes more sense. You get to defer A, payments, and B, you get to keep your liquidity in cash, and you don't have to, you get to name your term instead of like getting it at prime plus X or whatever the current market rate is. You can say, hey, I'll borrow it at 4% for 2 years, interest only, while I build it out, or whatever, right? So companies like Apple, Google, Microsoft that have a ton of free cash flow, they're not going to be borrowing money to do that typically. And if they do, it's not going to be the typical way you have to borrow money in private equity markets or whatever. But small caps do. They have to borrow lots of money. And if you look all the way around, like who's subject to a lot of interest rates. So housing companies, so look at Toll Brothers, look at Home Depot, which is part of that. So breaking down sectors and segments, I think is an important part of what we're doing as traders, but also as just an investor to understand, the push and pull of different aspects, right? If rates go higher, what's impacted, right? And think of that similarly with bonds, right? If bond yields go higher or lower, that dictates what happens to gold and silver, right? And what it can do to overall markets from a risk perspective. So these are the kind of things that, like, again, cue the disclaimer, it's not financial advice, but it's important to learn these things in equity markets, because it's not about just charts and things going up or down and price action. Yes, that's important as traders for sure. I'd say it's a very, very important skill to know. If I had to go back and do it all over again, I would for sure want to learn technical analysis first, and then understand how to read like a financial statement, a balance sheet, and then I would argue understanding relationships, which I don't like. Not a lot of people talk about that. Not a lot of people talk about what I just mentioned, right? Interest rates are subject to XYZ industries and how it impacts it, or like the price of corn, right? Like how does that have an impact on oil, as an example, or gas companies, or Chevron, Exxon. Also the price of sugar. Like you need both in refining the crude oil, right? And a lot of people just don't know that. And so by understanding those macro mechanics, it can help when you're looking at overall positioning from an investment standpoint. But typically with trading, you can either get in front of it, knowing like, hey, let's just say peace in Ukraine, Russia, whatever, that'll have an impact on crude supplies. Okay, well, what does that do to business? What does that do to typical investors that are investing for dividends? Well, they're likely going to pull back and put that money somewhere else, which means they're going to focus on maybe more risk-prone assets or move to cash or gold, right? Because typically dividend-style investors don't want to take high alpha names like a AMD or a NVIDIA because they're not as prone to risk, as an example. Not to say they don't invest in those companies, but if they're going to make a decision like, hey, if I want to go get a consistent 5% coupon, where can I get it? If I'm taking out of, let's say, oil companies. Does that make sense? I know there's a lot, but with IWM specifically, to me, that's a barometer. It's not always the case, but for right now, I think the only reason that this big push has been happening in IWM is this optimism around rate cuts. And again, there's 2,000 names in that sector or in that index ETF. And if you recall, Tom Lee, who's like super bullish, the IWM. I'm not nearly as bullish in the IWM personally. I actually would prefer, if I had to choose, it's, where is it? Is this it? Yeah, IGV, which is like kind of a mid-size, really more on the tech sector, like mid-cap style companies. Because they'll still need to borrow money too, but they're typically, in profit, for profit. You know what I mean? One other company I was watching that was on my list today was Snowflake. And the only reason is I was looking at short, really. Its IPO was at 245. And we opened at 244. So I figured it would probably tank. It did. Didn't short it though. Bummer. I'm just going back and looking at my watch list this morning. But we did participate in CRWV. We did participate in a Circle. I thought that I had on my watch list. I don't know why I didn't post it in the list, but we did post the trade, so that's good. Oracle. I didn't mess with VST. Let's take a look at VST real quick. And VST for me was exactly what we're seeing. I wanted to see it sell down and move higher. So I might actually get interested in, putting a position in a little more long term here, a swing trade of some kind. I'm not really in a rush, but yeah, I don't mind VST here. The big level 174.33 is what I have marked. Obviously, we're below that, so trying to go long into that, collect my 4 points, and then any upside move. Big reason there. Government's looking to invest in some nuclear energy names. So if you think about what exists right now, like there's a lot of, OKLO, just like a work in progress, NNE, SMR. Those are all like in the space, but they don't actually they're not energy generating. The ones that are energy generating right now, VST, CCJ, and CEG. I'm sure there's like maybe 2 or 3 that I'm missing. But that energy need for right now, there was this optimism around how much is going to be needed. Then there was some pessimism because it was like, well, what happens if this circular financing where everybody's, handing money to each other, doesn't meet the actual demand for nuclear energy? But we're forgetting a very simple thing. We still have data centers in place today. 1, 2, we have an expanding population that's going to have energy requirements anyways. And 3, what's wrong with clean energy, right? So I think maybe even a longer term EST could be, I would say, more of an investment, but it's something maybe I nibble into over time and just kind of put in my portfolio. So I'm contemplating that at these levels down at 170. Again, I don't typically post that. It's not financial advice. It's just something that I'm keeping an eye on. And then with CEG, they bought, was it Calpine? I think that was the name of it. I remember that trade actually. I was in at like 230, I think it was 228 or something like that. And they announced that acquisition, and literally, like I looked at the numbers, and I'm like, dude, they just bought a business that added 17% cash flow, like instantly. Go figure. Anyways, yeah, Dan, did that make sense? By the way, on IWM, I know it was kind of long-winded, but I figured it'd be a good opportunity to just talk a little bit about kind of the macro view of as traders, yes, we use charts a lot. Yes, we use price action a lot. I'd say those are the two big, like, it's like having a map and like a co-pilot or navigator, turn left here, turn right there. Charts help us do that pretty well. But understanding these macro aspects in relationships, I'm sure you could probably find some stuff online, and then maybe for some time I could build some information. The challenge with building information, though, is, let's say, for example, even us being part of this community, be subject to just you guys, is, again, it's all a matter of opinion, right? And so the challenge right now is, unless you're working for the likes of a Goldman or a JP Morgan and you've got licenses and you're the full-blown fiduciary financial planner, this is like my learnings and my findings and I would say not even teachings, just kind of like sharing my thoughts and my opinions on things. And ultimately, like I always say, if you treat this like a hobby, it'll treat you like a hobby. If you treat this like a profession, it'll treat you like a profession. So the more you learn, the more you put into it, the more you'll get out of it. I mean, I've been doing this for a really long time. I learned something new every single day in this business, which is why I love it so much. But I treat it exactly like that. So when I'm not online with you guys, I'm studying, I'm reading, I'm figuring out what's going on. I'm actually, looking at the earnings reports. And I don't always get a chance to share it, just because, when we open up the day, it's 5, 10, 15 minutes that we get a chance to kind of chat with y'all. So hopefully you guys are getting some news from ancillary feeds or whatever. That said, maybe we could change that. I'm actually looking at maybe using some AI to aggregate what I look at and create like a little newsletter for us. So again, I'm looking at a lot of things right now to help the community. The big thing is like we need to grow this community. So as it gets like we've kind of been at the same size more or less. Some growth this year, but I need to see like some explosive growth so that I can justify spending as much time as I'd like to with y'all. Because in the meantime, we have to use, whatever I'm making from trading, I'm basically putting back in the business. Not all of it, but, definitely some of it. So I'd prefer for it to be like, hey, this is a standalone way for us to make an income, give back to the community. And that would be super awesome. So fingers crossed in there. So if you're out there on YouTube listening now, like, subscribe. It does help us. If you think about joining somewhere, we're going to have the free membership. I think it's a week or 2 weeks. I don't know. I forget. I think it's 7 days. But we're extending that till the end of the year. Just got about a month left for that. And then I'm chatting with Scott about it to see if we could maybe we'll do like a deal for annual subscription, save a little more that way. We'll see. Cool, Dan. Right on. Appreciate you collaborating. Looks like we only got a few folks in here, which is fine. Market's kind of rolling over a little bit. Totally fine with that. This Oracle trade, though, I'm kind of giving up on it. I needed to see it hold 200 and rip, but it's literally back at 199 again. So I don't think I'm going to hold it much longer. I'll give it, I don't know, maybe till 3 o'clock, unless it rolls over right now. If it rolls over, I'm out. I'm going to take some more off the AMD trade and the NVIDIA trade so that I don't have to worry about it. We'll leave, 3 contracts? Sure, why not? Those end next Friday, so I've got some time. So I can move around. I don't mind. Anyways, look, Dan, appreciate you being here, and the rest of y'all folks. I'm just looking real quick. It looks like we got Mark's in the house, Zuki, Lance, Steve, Frank. Appreciate y'all being here. Have an awesome weekend. If you can, Dan, take a look at relationships of, stocks, markets, etc. I think it'd be helpful if you haven't already. Big ones would be like, I wonder if I could maybe look that up somewhere. Because the big thing was, like, I've been talking about bond markets for a while, as you guys know. And if you saw yesterday, yields dropped significantly, like before markets even opened. And I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but you got to remember, think of the 3 biggest markets Forex is the biggest. Bond markets is the second biggest, and then equity, stocks, whatever, that's the third biggest. So think about that. And we're talking about orders of magnitude. Like bond market's like 2 times the size of the equities market. Those guys don't lose money. They are not in the business of losing money. They kind of help dictate and determine where markets will go, if you ask my opinion, to some extent. And then Forex, like if you don't understand Forex, that's cool, but it could be worthwhile just at least learning some of the dynamics of that, especially when you look at reserve currency, specifically within the dollar, right? And how that pairs with a bunch of other currencies. But understanding that, like, when we have a strong dollar, what does that mean for markets? When we have a weak dollar, what does that mean for markets? So on and so forth. It's kind of fun to do that, actually, because then you feel almost like it's like if you've never played golf or tennis and they're talking about 15 love or whatever, you're like, what are you talking about? And then as soon as you learn that just means 15-0, you're kind of like, oh, cool, I'm learning the lingo, you know? Any sport, I would say, is kind of similar, but within markets, it's great because then you could see things like, you know, maybe they're talking about, like oftentimes, like I have Bloomberg basically on at night when I'm going to sleep. And a lot of times, you know, I'll hear about like what's happening in China, what's happening in Japan, what's happening in Australia. And if you understand those dynamics, you can kind of apply them to your trade. You know, take Asia session, right? London session, and then the US session. You can get an idea where, you know, maybe accumulation or distribution is happening, even manipulation for that matter. So anyway, no, it's a lot, man. I know. Are you familiar with the stuff I mentioned, Dan? You're like, seems the only one in the chat right now, or Vikas. Does that make sense, or are you familiar with that at all? Or like well read on that? Or is that all like I'm talking gibberish right now? Somewhat? Okay. Yeah, I think the biggest challenge right now, too, is like the news. The news is like so, it's like passive, almost, or I should say like reactive to like news or headlines or whatever, but they're not actually proposing a point of view. Like I mean, people have mixed feelings about like Jim Cramer, right? The one thing I like about Jim is like he'll have an opinion and it could be wrong, and that's totally cool. I mean, they had, what was it, like an index ETF to Jim Cramer, like, hey, buy this, like, cool, short it, or you know what I mean? But that's the scary thing about this business is like if you have an opinion, it's because it's usually coming from an educated point of view of like, hey, here's the dynamics of which I understand. Heck, even Michael Burry, right? He's shorting the heck out of this market right now. I totally get why he would, you know, but he's basically looking until next year. 2 specific names, Palantir being one of them. You know, if you remember, Palantir has had what did they have a run up this year? Let me look. Year to date, Palantir, PLTR, where are you? Let's see, daily. Cool. March 24, April 24. Let's just look from January of 24. Sure, why not? So from there until its peak, it's gone up 742% in a year and a half. So I don't blame him for wanting to short that. Like, just pull up the daily, take a look at that. That said, he's looking at it at $50. That's his strike price for Palantir. That literally puts him at like November 2024. That's a little aggressive, if you ask me, but I imagine he'll probably taper if we break 100 on Palantir, is my guess. I mean, I don't know if he's going to hold all the way through, but he has till the end of next year. In certain positions like that, I can understand, but it's hard because a lot of people are like, I'm a perma bull or I'm a perma bear or whatever, and that's cool to have you know, an opinion, but a reason would matter, not just because, you know, Oracle's going to the moon, crypto's going to the moon, whatever. Like, that's not even this Oracle trade. Like, I personally think if the SPY is going to continue to move higher, Q is going to move higher, Oracle has to move higher. However, it's not. So I'm wrong in this assessment right now, which is fine. these options expire next week. Do I want to hold them till next week through the weekend? Probably not. Probably not. Especially if we're not going to hold 200. Like every time we get around $200, we find sellers. So anyway, have an opinion. It's okay. It's okay to be wrong. Just make sure it doesn't cost you a ton of money. All right, I'm going to be out of here. It's Friday. Enjoy your weekend, y'all. We'll see you next week, Monday. It is going to be a short week. I'm going to be gone Wednesday through Friday. I know Scott said he's going to be gone Wednesday too, so I think we might be closed Wednesday through Friday. I know for sure I won't be here Thursday, Friday, but it's the holidays. Like, take some time, be with the fam, friends, whatever. We are going to be taking a vacation somewhere, which is exciting. And, you know, just relax on the beach. Nothing wrong with that. We'll be on a boat. It'll be pretty fun. So enjoy your weekend, y'all. We'll see you guys Monday. And trade safe. Keep an eye on markets. Take the time. Educate yourself on this business. Cheers. God bless.